Yo, 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 hello, Phil. Yo, Penguin, what's up, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Being a little bit quiet right now because someone's trying to get some sleep. Maybe, I don't know. Can you hear me good? Let's see. Yeah? Okay, cool. Thanks. Yeah, this is about, it's pretty good at like 1,000 entities, I guess. Wait, no, not 1,000. Guess that was just 500. Yeah, 400. So about 200. Okay, well, let's keep that. So the idea I want to do here is I want to optimize the collision part, because that is probably what's taking up a lot of time. In the physics step, still on the web version. Yo, Blue, what's up, what's up? So yeah. So what I want to do is I want to essentially things happening in here. I want to move that out to, yeah, basically in the body container, probably. It doesn't have to be part of it, but I'm gonna put it there anyway. So the thing, yeah, I want to vectorize everything happening in here. So essentially right now what's happening is that we're iterating through every entity with a body. We're calling this function. We're building up, we're grabbing like the hitbox, and we're building up a list of candidates for where we're kind of translating the hitbox into a rectangle. Yeah, we're kind of translating the hitbox, you know, min-max into cell coordinates. Essentially, it's what we're doing here. And then we are basically just going through those candidates, all those cells in between there, and we are putting entities in them. And I'm pretty sure that what we could do is turn this part into a vectorized version. But this part is a little bit more hazy to me. Because essentially we need to store each entity in a cell, or in multiple cells if it goes over multiple cells. And for that we still need to like go through all the candidates, like we need to go through all the things for that, unless we change this, how this is stored somehow. So how would we even vectorize this? Maybe that's part of the puzzle. We'll start there. So basically what I'm thinking is, for the hitbox, what we need is the position of the entity and the size. And we have the position, so we just need to store the size as well in the physics system. So we could do that. And then the candidates is just essentially we take the position, well, we produce a new position and a new size. It's just dividing, essentially dividing the things and putting some constraints, like yeah, min max, depending on how large the grid is and stuff like that. So that could be done using that. Well, let's start by putting the size of the entities in the physics container. So we'll have size x and size y. So that needs to be initialized here. I'm going to just remove this here, because this doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna put null on these. And let's see. So the size, we could put size here, I guess. We could do that. Yeah, let's just put size here. I have to provide the size everywhere. That's fine. Right. Okay. I mean, this doesn't really need, I guess, well, these don't really need to be part of the same system, I guess. These are like very, I guess it doesn't matter. So we have to add this first. And that will get renderable. out. Just say the size. I almost want to automate this. let's just put on some music maybe. Can you hear that good? Okay, so we got the size into the physics container. So now actually we could go to body and add that convenience function here. I guess we could also do like a set size, but that doesn't make sense. Nothing is like changing its size, really. So okay, so now you can get the size like that. So I'm gonna also go over to hitbox here. And instead of doing this, this is the thing though, if we want to add a specific hitbox for something, we also want to set the size specifically, which I'm not sure if we actually do that anywhere. I don't think in this game we're even using this. And that we're using it for convenience essentially. So basically we always get in here because we don't have a hitbox component on our entities. But to get the size, we don't really need the renderable anymore, we just need the body size. So actually I'm just gonna not fetch the hitbox here. Size is gonna be that, and then origin is just gonna be this, I guess. Yeah, it's just half of the size. Okay, that's it. We don't even need this part. Although the size, yeah, now it depends on rotation. I'm just gonna ignore that. Like the AABB depends on rotation, but whatever. I'm just gonna ignore that. Hello, Minister of Defense. Welcome back. How's it going? I'm doing good. Working on the space shooter a little bit. How are you doing? What's up? What's happening? Yeah, okay. I think that actually sped up things quite a lot actually, because we were eliminating, well, maybe not a lot. That might be too much to ask actually. Maybe it's not actually a difference, because we still fetched the renderable and then that had the size. Well, here we're like sort of fetching the size from the body container. Hello Mabdo, welcome back. What's happening? Right, so now back to the physics system. Okay, so basically this part we can now actually vectorize, because we can get the hitbox basically from the body container now. Doing good, got my interview in 12 minutes. Oh, good luck. You should prepare. I hope you're prepared. 2 streams per day. Well, it was this today and yesterday, because of scheduling reasons. I played this game on a bit on itch, kind of fun. Want my next game to be a shoot 'em up? Okay, cool. Yeah, the version on itch right now is pretty badly optimized, but I've been working on it, so the next version is way better optimized. I've tested it on web, and you can essentially complete the game now without encountering. It does dip down, like on my machine, it does dip down below 60 FPS sometimes, but that's when there's a lot of things going on. Optimized pretty good at 60 frames now. Yeah, so I just wanted to try to see if I can optimize this part as well. If I can optimize this part, then I think on the web you can have like a lot of it's basically gonna increase the number of entities we can have by a huge amount. And I was actually surprised, because I didn't know that Wasm had like SimD support. I'm guessing that's the case, because it seems that everything that I move to SimD is just swallowed by some black hole and basically taking no time at all on web. So that's what I'm trying to do here. And of course on desktop as well, but desktop has other issues though. Desktop actually has like, the way things are rendered right now, desktop is actually lagging because of rendering instead of physics updates. So yeah, that's an issue there. So, but which I'm not actually sure how to fix, to be honest. But not right away anyway. I don't have any good ideas for that. But yeah, for the physics stuff, we still have this part here, which is essentially bookkeeping the grid's spatial system, where we populate each cell with entities on where they are. So we're using a grid spatial system with dynamic entity entries to be able to find intersections more quickly and stuff like that. So, but each frame we need to basically iterate through every entity, and that is essentially what is like in a normal iteration, like in a normal while or for loop essentially. So that's what's taking time here. So if I can somehow move all this to SimD, then that's gonna be a lot better, and we're not gonna have any problems with FPS ever, essentially, for this game. But I would like to do this for this game, and also I'm gonna take this concept and also put it in my project template project that I'm gonna use for other games as well. So it's not only gonna improve this game, but it's also gonna improve my future games as well. So yeah. Okay, so let's continue. So this part we basically have, it's in the sort of now, we have this in the container. So I'm gonna say containerized. The candidates we can kind of calculate. See, this happens per body. The candidates is kind of like a mirror image of the position and the size, essentially. Or you could say maybe we have like a min and a max. It's like a rectangle, essentially. It's just a rectangle. The trouble is, though, looping through the rectangle, inserting entries into each cell for that area. Like, I'm not sure exactly how to do that. Because it's like right now the SIMD kind of vectors are like everything is a scalar, everything is just a F32 essentially. And if you have a more complex structure, you just break it down into F32s. So for example, you know, we have the where is the so for example, if we had the hitbox, we have position, and position is two components where we have X and Y, and the size, X and Y. So now we have position and size, and together they make a rectangle, you know, into like a rectangle in the world. Well, I guess we could use, maybe we could just use like SIMD instead. To check, like instead of using a grid spatial system at all, I could just use SIMD to check for collisions, right? So let's say we provide a rectangle and say, hey, fetch everything within this rectangle. I want to get all things that collides with this rectangle. And we're using SIMD instead of bookkeeping. Essentially, it's just the act of checking for intersections when you have the grid system, like the bookkeeping in place. That's not what's taking time. What's taking time is the bookkeeping itself. That is what's taking time. So either we could try to speed up the bookkeeping process or just change out the algorithm. And before I do anything of those, because both of those are kind of major surgical things happening here, so I'm gonna try to analyze it first a little bit before I decide on doing one. I mean, we could eventually try, I guess, both approaches. I'm just not exactly sure how to implement the grid in here. But what we could do, we could do the intersection part. So we could say, for example, let's set body. The thing about this is kind of strange as well, because we're basically, the index that we're using here is just the index of the entity, but the entity also has a version if it's like reusing the index or something. But okay, let's try this. So let's do like intersection. Now the thing is here, do we return a val here? Because that's gonna, it's basically gonna correspond. We could try to make, we could do like an iterator approach. Going through all the intersections. But then we still need to loop through everything though. Okay, because what I'm thinking here is essentially we're gonna go through the rectangle. We're gonna say don't we have well, for example, we have like position X, and we do iterate, and the type that we have is gonna be like a pointer to some mutable thing. Man, this is difficult. I mean, essentially, let's just start here. Other is not actually anything. But it's not, it's okay, that's not gonna work. And we don't need an other. I need like a different function here. No, actually, no. Actually, that could be the result. Yeah. Position X result. It's gonna be like. Wait, why do we need an allocator here? Oh. Yeah, this is you could call this a structure of arrays here. It's a so in zig, in order to vectorize, you need to use the vector type. So I'm turning everything into, well, it's a structure of arrays, and then it's also vectorized. It's not, well, it is, it's also, I mean, you essentially what I do is since vectors in raylib, or I mean in zig, has to have like a set, like a comp time known length. I basically allocate one vector first, and if that gets populated full, then I allocate another one. So it's essentially allocating a bunch of pages, you could say. as needed. Okay, now this is xv, and then we need the function. So this is just gonna be like intersections. I don't know what to call this. I'm just gonna call it intersections function. And first we're gonna get position xv is RPA. Then we're gonna get A, which is self, and B, I believe it's self anyway. Yeah, and B is other. So this one should be position X. And then this one is the result. Okay. That should be it. Yeah. Yeah. And so we want to set, we don't want to change position X, we want to change the result. So we want to set the result to position X is now we're looking for collisions. So actually, so this would be the left. I'm just gonna call this, actually I'm gonna call you left v. I'm gonna define these first. We have left and right. Right is rect plus width, and then we have top is y, and then y plus height is the bottom, and then I guess we'll call this left result. So left should be compared, left of the thing should be compared to the right of the other thing. So actually, this is a little bit tricky now, because we actually need one more here. So I'm gonna make a copy of this and then add, whoops, a number here, 2, where we have like B and C. So first is self is, I'm gonna call you A actually. Actually, okay. So now we have a version where we can pass in yet another thing. So this is A, this is B, but I want to also put in a size X as well. Now we get size X here. And so left or right of our right is going to be, so this is left of the like thing we like the hitbox we're trying to check the original rectangle here. That's the left of this rectangle, and right is the right of the current, well, yeah, all the bodies that we're checking against. So this would be position X plus size X. And then we set the result to be if left is less than right, I believe. We don't want to, I don't think you want to do equals. We do left is less than right. Then we have a collision here. Or then this part is actually colliding. So there we go. Now in the end, we want to do this now for left, right, top and bottom. And if all are true, then we have a collision. I mean, technically, we could actually do this in one go, maybe, instead of doing it. I'm not sure if it matters a lot. Let's just do it separately. So let's do right now. Now right actually only needs, well, we still need position X. But we don't need size X, so we actually don't need this. And this is the right result. And here we need right 3. And this one is actually only for left. Oops, yeah. But you need right now. So we're gonna get the right. Don't get size. We're gonna get, so left is just position. So now we want to check if the left of, let's see if I can make this work right in my brain here. So the right should be more than position X. I guess that's the same thing, but yeah. Okay. So that's left and right. Now we need to do the same for top and bottom. So let's start with top. And we're gonna do, so now it's position Y instead. And size Y. And your top results. And your top view. And you should be, well, actually we could rename you to min to make this generic, because top and left are kind of the same idea. So I'll just call you position, I'll call you size, and I'll call you min, and I'll call you max. There we go. And then you can be named max, or max, you are position. There we go. Okay, and then this is the bottom result. It's gonna be equal to things bottom using max. Okay, so now we should have all these results, and I guess the last thing would be to go through every one of these and AND them together, basically. Maybe I should make convenience function for doing these operations, actually, because that will be way more readable than what's happening here. But basically what's happening here is, since we don't like these in this land, we're dealing with vectors, but in this land we're dealing with arrays of vectors. A dynamic vector, sort of. So also I want to make sure that this init function here is enough. So if we go over here, yeah, this does not equate here, so we need to actually make the capacity here, because initial capacity is it's kind of hard to tell, but I think it's not that large, so I'm gonna say in capacity it's gonna have the same capacity as the other one, except it doesn't need capacity, it's just gonna be like the length. There we go. Actually, I guess we could. You have capacity. Yeah, we could just get this capacity, but I don't think it's necessary. We just need a length. So capacity, yeah. I'll just put these at the same place. Now this could be, this is not a super optimized way to do it, I guess. Maybe we'll have a couple of these lying around that we can reuse, because this is going to happen every frame. Initializing these with an allocator from scratch. But yeah, we'll see. Okay. Alright, so after this, all the results should be populated now. And we need kind of like another iterate function, and we need like iterate 4 or 3. Wait, URC. We don't actually need to name these, but it is kind of helpful though to understand how to use it, I guess. Alright, so then gonna do the same thing here. Make sure we have the same number of items, and also pass in D as well. Now that can be generalized, like you can, in Zig you can generalize this, so you don't have to do a bunch of different overloads. Like you pass in a tuple here instead of a bunch of parameters and then generalize this, but whatever. Okay, so now we can, for example, we can go through left results. We can have like final results. Wait, do we need one more now? Yeah, I think we need actually one more. Okay. Actually, do we need a context here? I don't think we need a context. So I'm just gonna do 4, remove the context. There we go. Alright, so this would be left result. Right result. Top result. Bottom result. And callback is intersections final function. And we're gonna get the result, it's over here. Then we're gonna get like left, right. It doesn't matter which order this is, we have to check everyone. Well, whatever, let's just do this. Okay, there we go. And the result should be equal to left and right. And I guess, you know what? What is the result of this? Is it a boolean? Do you get a vector of booleans actually? Yes. Okay. Vector layer array list bool. Alright, so we have to change our bit. So these are actually not vals, these are val b's. Because they are storing booleans. Yeah. And then the context here is actually E8B instead. Alright, and then you're also val b. Okay. And the result is but the problem now is the result is a different type, which we don't support here. Maybe we should just make special operations here on these things. So for example, we could have let's say we have like we actually already do have these, but add modifies the current one. We don't get like a new result, we modify our existing one. But we have to do it if we want to compare. Okay, let's do that. Let's just do like less than, for example. Probably now we need an allocator actually. I guess we could pass an allocator in, or we could provide a result. But that's not a this. This is going to be vector. Well, let's just pass in any type, and we'll assume it's a thing we could store things in. So there we go. And then essentially we're gonna iterate. No, that doesn't work. We need to have special iteration. We need to iterate with a different result. No, let's not do this, because it's better to have a special, like it's better to have one function that does everything. But okay. So essentially, we just want to do this. Essentially, we just want to do this. Yeah. Okay. Let's just do this. It's more simpler here. I think instead of doing all this crap, we're gonna make another one. I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna redo this here. Start over. So I want to create result, which is a val b. We're gonna init this with capacity. Capacity is going to be, we take any of our lists, get the length there. Okay, so now we have a result, which we can then return, I guess. Okay, and then what we want to do is we want to loop through all of those things. So now we have an I there, and we're gonna say, so here we can do our actual our actual calculation here that we want to do. So this would be done in SIMD right here, and so what we can do here then is we can say well, first let's get a couple of vectors here. So we'll get like position x is going to be self position x. No, that's not. So we have to go through list items I. So do we want to get the pointer to this? Let's just, now this is a slice of vectors. I think those are slices themselves, so I think this is a slice here, essentially. Or maybe, no, maybe it's an array. I forget. Anyway, I'm just worried about copying instead of taking the pointer. But let's try this here. Actually, I'll do this just in case. And we need position Y. We need size X. Yeah, I think that's all we need there. And we also need to splat this rectangle, so we're gonna do like rec left. Actually, let's just call this left is it's a VA, so it's splat X, right is X plus width, top is Y, bottom is Y plus height. There we go. Okay, now here we can we also need the result vector currents. Oops, that's going to be result dot list items I. Okay, now that one has to be a pointer because we need to modify it. So basically, result. I'm gonna say like left is gonna be, so let's do that. Left result. It's gonna be position. It's gonna be, yeah, so it's gonna be left is less than position X plus size X. Okay. Now this part is going to be vectorized here, so this is going to be run in SimD. Okay, and then we have right result. This is right is more than position X, and then we do the same for top result, bottom result. Top result is top, position Y, size Y. This is bottom, position Y. So top, wait, wait, less, so top is, yeah, top is less than that, that means we're, yeah, the top is colliding, bottom is, has been more than the mid there, yeah. Okay, so now with all those results, we can have a final result, which is result V is equal to all of those, basically ANDed here. Wait, it's not a bool. This is not a bool, what the hell? Okay, maybe the LSP thinks it's a bool because we're doing the comparison. It doesn't understand that this actually is a a vector that we're dealing with. But yeah, this is, I think you can do like and right result and top result and bottom result. So there we go. Now we have a bunch. So basically now this is filled with a bunch of booleans. Each boolean is true if there is an intersection with the rectangle. Okay? And then it's false if there is not an intersection with the rectangle. Okay? So that is our result. Now we can just return this as is. I can also decide to make an iterator. That will be a more easy to use API here. So let's make that, because now what we could do with this result is we can loop through the list, the items. So we have to basically loop through everything here and try to translate this into entities, essentially. But I think, wait, do we have game in here? Yeah, game. Actually, do we have ECS? No. I'm just gonna check something here. ECS registry. Is there a way to like get the entity with a certain index? Not sure. Because now we need to kind of reverse. I don't think I've ever had to do this actually before. We need to like reverse the index into an entity. I mean, we could do like we could go through like entity iterators. Yeah, we could go through all entities and I guess match them up with the index. Okay, let's try it, I guess. So what we could get here is we could get an intersection iterator, which would give you this would give you like a usize, which is like the index of the entity. And we're gonna have store the val being here. We can also have a denit function. Because we want to deinitialize intersection. Alright. Now how do we do this here? So basically we want to have a vector index, start out with 0, let's do init, and I init with intersections, intersections. Okay. You are gonna say if the index is null, then you return null, then we're done. Otherwise, we'll grab the next vector. that's going to be. So v index, so I'm gonna call this e index for entity index. So essentially, if e index is null, we wanna now what we do here is we will e index to, let's have this be this, or index to, so I'm gonna say v is gonna be sections, items, not lists, items, v index. Okay, this is gonna be length. We're gonna increase you by 1. We are going to say if, right, so if the e index is true, because this is a Boolean vector, so if this is true, we return e index, but we also want to increase e index by 1 as well. So I'm gonna get, well actually we could just return I, increase that. If it wasn't, no, we could just set it to I actually, yeah. Okay, there we go. So we want to modify it to be I. Next time, if we exhaust here, we want to increase u by 1. Now if this goes over, if this is more than or equal to item's length, then we're done. Set you to null, return null. Otherwise, we need to continue doing this essentially. So actually we need to do like a while here, I think. Yeah, I think like while self index is less than length. So we go through this again. The index is now increased. We grab the next one. We find whatever we need. Yeah. And if we somehow exhaust this one, we can also now return null. But I think we'll get here before that. Actually, then we don't really need this here. Yeah, we could just, yeah, we could just do this. And then we don't need you to be optional actually. It's just that I've seen that pattern, but that makes sense when maybe you have like one slice you want to go through. Here's like, it's kind of like we have multiple layers to go through. Okay, so now the way to use this would be to, we get this iterator here instead, intersection iterator, and we'll return .init with the result. Okay, and the way to use this would be to just get this iterator, call this with this, get an iterator, you get all the indexes to then you have to kind of, but then you have to also do a step to translate these indexes to actual entities. That's the next step. So maybe the thing we could do is also, if we pass in the registry, that could also be captured in this iterator actually. So we could do that, but that would also tie us to ECS, which, I mean, whatever. Because now it's like every time I want to use this, well, we could make a wrapper in game, I guess. Yeah, I guess we could make a wrapper here, intersections, rectangle. Oops. Get a rectangle. This gives you. Now here we could actually make like an iterator of that gives you entities instead. So an entity iterator. Wait. Oh. No, that's not the same thing. This is an intersection. Let's just do an intersection iterator. So this will actually give you, I'm just gonna give like entity context here actually. Or maybe just intersections. No, we'll give you an, yeah, we'll get an entity context, which is the entity, yeah, that's fine. And next, so this, so we'll store an iterator here, which is physics container iterator. Get the next index is gonna be iterator next. If we don't have one, we should just try null, and then we're done. But now we get an index, so we should get a usize here, and then we need to turn that usize into the thing is, it should be consecutive, so we could also store an entity iterator from registry here at the same time. But how would we, entity handles. Let's just pass game there. Reg iterator is equal to game registry entities. Alright. So we'll get the next index, and then we'll do like while reg next. We get an entity. If entity index is equal to I, we will return we need game as well. Fine. Okay. And if we exhausted everything, I guess we don't have the entity, so that's interesting. I guess we just skipped that one then. In that case, that shouldn't really happen. So in that case, I'm just gonna recurse this. Alright. Cool. So this will go, so basically we get our iterator, it's gonna be self physics, container, intersections. Alright, that's our iterator. And we'll return .init self iterator. There we go. Okay, so now we can call this to iterate through all entities instead. Cool. And another thing, I'm just gonna do a very simple implementation here. I'm gonna do intersected circles. Now this is gonna be a fake one, because it's actually gonna turn the circle into an ABB. But that's just because in this game, the only place I use this, I also check the distance as well, so it doesn't actually matter. I just want to get some candidates. So let's do like center and radius. And we need to turn this into a rectangle, so I'm just gonna say rectangle init. X and Y is like center minus size is gonna be radius times 2. And actually, let's call this extents instead. We're going to subtract extents, size. Okay, we need to actually make this into a position. Size, extent, scale 2. Position x, position y, size x, size y. And that's the rectangle that we want to use. So we're basically turning this circle into a rectangle and then getting everything inside that rectangle. So it's a little bit cheating, you know, but whatever. As I said, the only place I use this in this game right now is the place where we actually check this the distance as well, so it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so now we got that. Now if we go over to physics, we can actually go ahead and not care about this at all, because the only thing we're doing here is populating the grid spatial system, and we don't need to do that now when we have the other thing. So we actually don't need, I'm just not gonna call this function here. So there we go. What's happening in this song? There's a lot of things happening. Okay. And you are not needed. There we go. We just update the body container. Now the thing that we need to do though is, because now if we try to run this, the picking up shards is not going to work. However, actually I'm curious, what if we run this now in web? Because before this would actually lag a little bit on the web. So I'm curious. I'm also gonna increase a little bit just to make sure that we actually get some lag. Go, because if this lags, then there's something else making things lag. It does lag a little bit, yeah. It's a lot better than before, but it does lag. I wonder what actually is lagging now. We could run a profiler, but I'm gonna first say, like, go down a little bit, because otherwise it's gonna take so much time. And then we have to do this again. No. I'm just gonna check something first. I'll go back. So the physics no longer does that. What about the player system? Pick up shards. Yeah, we... well... This shouldn't really do anything. But I will disable this for now. I mean, what I mean is that the feature doesn't work, is what I mean. It could have impact on performance, So that's what I want to test here. Hello, Rapalito, what's up? How can you code goofy music like that? It's nice to have something. It's so quiet here otherwise. Okay, that didn't have any effects basically on the FPS. Okay, so I want to see what is actually taking up time here. We'll hit record, let it settle a little bit. That should be good enough. Okay, let's dive down to one of these. Oh, it's gonna be draw renderables now. Still this is also weird, like why is this called twice in one frame? I still don't understand this. Maybe it's not actually, maybe it's just, yeah, there's something weird happening here. Maybe it's just different things. Yeah, because this is update and this is draw. So actually update doesn't take that long, it's the draw function now that takes time. But both of them take, yeah, so it's 13. That's still, I mean, it's not great. Basically, it basically takes up all the time that we have. But yeah, this actually does take longer now. The renderables, draw renderables. What the hell is this? Why is this taking so long? Also, this is one thing that I don't understand here. It's like it's a self-time and total time. So I interpret self-time as being how much time does this function take without calling other functions? Or like how much time you know, is spent here in this function and not in other functions. But it could call other functions, but that was not that shouldn't be included in self-time. But total time, then you have other functions as well if it calls other functions. But how is then this also 1% self-time? I don't understand that. I don't understand this, unless it's like a bug or something in or I'm misunderstanding something here, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, we're not getting this source. Oral vertex 3F. No, hang on. Is it just this function? Wait. No, this calls this function. This is the function. There's a lot of ifs and buts here. Texture C. Four 504. What? It might not be the same version though. 4504 R textures. Let's see, 4504. Okay. Yeah, here's the function. I guess the thing is as well, all the shards have, well, they don't start with a rotation, but they have the tendency to sort of rotate. So this is presumably gonna use a more inefficient thing here for drawing. But where's the vertex 3 though? Maybe here. What the hell is this doing? You're just calling this function? What is this function doing? sending? Is it sending commands or something? It's like a global being modified. Okay. So okay. Yeah, as I said before, like I'm not sure when we go into the render stuff like this. I'm not actually sure how to optimize this, to be honest, in a good way, or any way at all, except for doing a bunch of different micro optimizations. Like, also what's taking a lot of time here seems to be grabbing stuff from ECS. So I guess one thing that we maybe could do is try to prepare that beforehand. Maybe like... Oh, hello, hello. Raid time. Thank you for the raid with 1 viewer. Lucas develops. Yo, yo, yo. What's up? What's up? Cool. How did the stream go? Wait a minute. You were doing... I think I remember... I'm not looking. What was it? No, I don't remember. I remember seeing text. Yeah, you're making... Man. It was some kind of game. Yeah, yeah. Zig game dev. Awesome, man. You added 2 new items and balance another. Nice. Okay. You know what? I think with this result, I'm trying to optimize the web version here. But the thing is, like, with this result, I think I can't really optimize it much further with the physics stuff. Like, if we go back and re-enable this part, let's get an iterator. Let's get like iterator game intersection circle. What's happening here? Oh. Sorry, I forgot the type. I forgot the game you were making, Lucas Develop. Because I've seen like notification stuff popping up, and you said it. I think at one point when I rated you. I'm so bad at remembering those details. Sorry about that. Yes. Okay, so let's go through. All right. So we'll get. Actually, yeah. This is the way. I basically want to do this now. Okay. Okay, here we go. Now we get some stuff in here. Wait. Wait, so you can't do AND with these? Hang on. Vector AND. Okay, you can't do AND. So we will use equal, I guess? No, that's not AND, that's something else. Wait, can we use like a bitwise operator? Does that work for booleans? I guess they should work, right? Okay, I guess we'll try it. Oops. 64. Wait, what? Why is it 64? I see. Size. Okay, it depends on the value. Right. So that's why it's like less. Should just be the same. Sammy Hacker, that operator does not exist in Zig. It's either AND, like A and D, between booleans, or between, like, if the bit operator is just 1 ampersand.
Hey Subadara, what's up? Sorry I won't be able to watch the streams late night here. I'll watch your next one, don't worry, good luck. But yeah, thank you, no worries. I'll see you another time. Perhaps tomorrow it's gonna be... Yeah, sorry about the late stream today. For me it's like evening. I understand like most of my normal viewers are from further east where I'm from, and it's gonna be late for them. Oh, semi-hacker. So you have like bool, true and false. So this is the operator. This is the operator for booleans. And this is OR. So that's how you type it in zig. Double ampersand doesn't exist. And this is the bitwise, the normal bitwise operator. Alright, Subadara. Yeah, that's just how it is. Thanks, see you later. Are you showing it on? Oh, yes, I did, but I forgot to... No, sorry, it was my fault. Here you go. So we have bool, we have boolean literals, we have and the or. Thank you, Subadara. And then this is the bitwise. But now you should see it, right? Because you should see it now. Because I removed the browser. Otherwise my OBS is lying to me. Because it's showing that I'm showing the code now. Or you are lying to me. Do you really... Don't you see the code? Hang on. Okay, cool. Now, okay, so these are actually not booleans. These are vectors. In zig, a vector is essentially just an array. The problem that I'm having is now the sizes don't match because of how I'm kind of calculating this. I'm kind of this. So these are these types. It's not actually just booleans. It's actually vectors. So in zig, if you do operations with vectors, those operations will be vectorized with simd. And so I figured, well, you can't do and or with vectors of booleans. You can do these operations with vectors like comparisons, and you can do add and multiply, plus, and a bunch of other stuff. These are boolean though, boolean vectors. So I was thinking, I figured like, hey, okay, well, we should be able to do like a bitwise and to kind of have the same effect as, you know, just an and for vector booleans. So yeah, that's what I figured here. And then we get this result, which where kind of the index is important. So I just store this as a result. Like if everything is true, this should now be true at that stage as well. But these guys are 64's bools. Oh, I see. Hang on. Okay, so then actually you should be, wait, you should actually be 64. Okay, that's all the thing. Wait, does not support field access, but you should be able to get the length, right? Or do I have to get the type? How do we get the length out? Like, I know it's 64, so I guess I could just put 64 in here. But okay, whatever. Let's just put 64. There's the kind of code smell here. I'm just gonna hard code that. Actually, we could do val be length is 64. Alright, there we go. Okay, this... I remember this. There's an update. There was an update to Zig where you can no longer access vectors. For some reason, they don't allow to access like this. So what you have to do is kind of like convert, like cast it to an array first. For some goddamn reason. That's what they chose to do, force you to do. So sig vector index access. You can bitcast to an array. Or type course. Okay, let's try that. So I guess we got this thing here. Actually, let's just do an array here because we don't actually need this to be. Yeah, so this is like a vector 64. So I guess this would be like a pointer to 64 bools, perhaps. Does that work? Or wait, pointer cast illegal behavior. Okay, what if we just do? What if we do this, and we don't do a pointer? Does that work? Okay, that works. And now we can also say just length. Oh my god. Hello, Dr. Crazy. What's up? Just popped in. Are we calling this rayspace? Yes. Did you win the game jam? No. Far from it. Is that how game jams work? What do you mean, is that how game jams work? Do you mean if you can win them? I think most of them is kind of like a competition that, you know, you get a couple of winners or one winner or whatever. I mean, I've only been in one, so I don't actually know. But that's just my impression so far. So my guess is as good as yours, actually. So what you've been up to, Dr. Crazy? Have you fought off any other people calling you an AI in the meantime, since last time? Okay, so we don't have any more errors. The Hoover's not working now. Okay, so maybe we don't get any intersections here. So now we go to the lovely thing where we need to debug this monstrosity. I wonder if you can add parallax effect with this and stars, comments, and whatnot. Yeah, I could add like a parallax effect. Like what I have right now is just this basic. You can see it's kind of hard to see. I guess I think it's because it's kind of dark. It shows up more on when you actually play the game, I guess. But there is stars in the background, the kind of small-ish things moving downwards. You went to New York City? Where do you normally live? If you don't mind me asking. Okay, was it nice? I'm guessing we don't actually get any here, so I'm just gonna dump this here. Actually, I'm gonna do this trick where if key is pressed, then we log, so that we don't spam and kill the console here. Iteration. So I just want to know, are we even getting in here? No. We're not, because otherwise we would have seen a bunch of stuff. Also, what the hell? Ah, I need to deinitialize. Whoops. I need to deinitialize this, of course. I need to actually have a deinitialize function. Self iterator deinitialize, self allocator. No. Game allocator. Do you need to deinitialize? No, you don't. What the hell is this? Oh. Okay. I'm just gonna see if those went away now. Okay, we got these. We got like 3 leaks that I'm not sure where they come from, but whatever. Okay. So we don't actually get any entities in here. Q. Do we get... Like, it could be this matching thing that goes wrong. SUI and entity. So we're gonna see if we find anything. Wait, I didn't press space, did I? Yeah, but nothing's happening. Okay. It was a lot cleaner than I was expecting. Oh, really? Man, Houston. Isn't that like a long way? Did you fly there? Is that basically like across the whole country? Okay, so we didn't actually get anything here. We should get in here. I'm just gonna actually say yes, we are in here. But that should only be like, we should only get like one yes here every frame that we, yeah. So there we go. We get a couple of yes. And then this, I guess this returns null. Because otherwise we would have been in that thing here. Now this is called console debugging. Yeah. Because I haven't set up so I can actually debug nicely with other stuff. I should probably get to that at some point. But yeah, now we're here. We are going through this boolean. Okay, let's do this. Let's do like v index. Should get something here. Sure did. Okay, this is why I'm saying that you're an AI, because your response doesn't make sense. What do you mean sure did? Length is 0. Okay, that might that explains a little bit. So this is 0 for some reason. Oh my god. Okay, so this result is apparently 0 in length. Oh. Hang on. There's something about like expand to capacity. Yeah. So there we go. I initialized. It's essentially a dynamic array. I initialized with the capacity, but the actual array was not like this length here was still 0. So if I expand to capacity, what this is doing essentially just setting length to be capacity. And then it's there because every item is going to be popularized. New word. And yeah. See if we crash now or something. Next obstacle. No? Interesting. So, okay, let's do this again, I guess. Wait, let's get back to here. No? Okay, so this is still returning null. So Dr. Crazy, what do you think about log debugging? Look at this. We actually got like trues, a couple of true in here. Okay. So what the hell? I'm just gonna double check if this carries over here. Yes. Yeah. And then we're gonna double check if the carrot's over here. It's shocking how efficient it is. Although for giant monorepos, a debugger is mandatory. Really? I don't know, man. Okay, yeah, that seems good. What is your, like, Dr. Crazy, what languages do you know? Like program languages. I'm pretty sure I'm sitting here talking to an AI. That's what I'm sure of. I mean, yeah. It just dawned on me. But okay, I'm trying to fix this here. Let's see. Why is this not working? So basically here we're going through each element. And if one of these elements are true, we return the index and we also update. Shouldn't this be like +1? Also, this could be... I probably need to... Let's actually do a while here. No... I think we could have like if index is less or is more than equal to length. Yeah, okay, yeah, we reset you. Continue. Increase that. Otherwise, we'll continue here. We can also do like a while. Maybe while index. Is less than length. We look at if this is true, it will increase. No, we'll increase you by 1. And return. Or set you to I+1, I guess that also makes sense. GMTK just announced the topic of his game jam. Are you gonna look into it? Isn't that only for like GMTK? That's Game Maker Toolkit, right? Is that only for people using Game Maker Toolkit, or can you do like Zig stuff as well? Because the only experience I have with GameMaker Toolkit is many years ago, when basically it was like entirely new program. Make a game in 4 days. Oh man. Thousands of games are submitted as designers. Or wait. Yeah, it's like one of the largest game jams, right? Thousands of games were submitted as designers to improve their skills, flex their creative muscles, try to get their game featured on Game Maker's Toolkit. Game Maker's Toolkit. Wait. Game Maker Toolkit. Isn't that that's a program, right? Game Jam alumni. Some developers are taking a game, they turn into a full release. Yeah. Okay. But what about the rules? It's up to you how to interpret the theme. Could be a countdown to 0, numbers go down. Oh, the theme is... Wait, submissions close in 3. So it's already on. It's on now. I probably won't be able to do this because I don't have the time to do it, unfortunately. That's his channel name. Okay. So the theme is countdown. Cool. Interesting. I mean, I might try to interpret this, like make like on the side, like not actually join the game jam, but try to make something on the side. Maybe, I don't know. You'll give a chance to explain how a theme fits how your game fits the theme when you submit. You will not be disqualified from jam if your game doesn't adequately fit the theme. Cool. Start by uploading the game. Checking your game is in the jam. Yep. Updating common issues. Where's the rules? Like, is there no like rules anywhere? Here's the rules. Okay. Who can join? Open to anyone. Cool. Compatibility. You must upload a digital game to HIO, playable, Windows PC. Okay. Yeah. Content suitability. Yeah. Okay. Assets. Pre-existing code, and can use whatever audience you have legal right to use, but you shouldn't make stuff ahead of time. That's specifically for this jam. You should credit all external. Yeah, makes sense. Generative AI. You must not use generative AI to make art or audio assets for your game or your HIO page. This will lead to your game being disqualified. Or your HIO page. I guess for the game. Yeah. Voting. Interesting take here. Voting. Okay, so there's actually no... I was thinking like if there was... So there's no rules because it's Game Maker's Toolkit. Isn't that... Like Game Maker is actually a program, right? Game Maker... This is a program called Game Maker. So that's what I was thinking, like you had to use Game Maker. But okay, maybe that was not the case. I was completely wrong, perhaps. Yeah. Here are some tools and assets, arts, tools. GMTK branding. So I was actually a bit confused because toolkit, it doesn't sound like a person. It sounds like, you know, something else. Logos. Academic certificate. What? Cool. Awesome. Okay. Countdown. The theme is countdown.
GMTK Game Jam 2026 starts now, which means you have 96 hours to make a game that fits the following theme.
Okay, it's countdown. Yeah. Right. Countdown. Interesting. Look at the numbers here. There's already entries. What the hell? Oh, I guess these are like... Okay, so I've learned this from the previous game jam. Is you probably want to create a project page as soon as you kind of enter, because that way that will be out of the way, and to update your project you just go in and upload a file or something like that. Yeah, they're probably not completed. I hope they're not completed, because that's insane otherwise. What the hell? There's already like an $8 game in here. What? Price? Okay, the game should be priced at 0. This is a placeholder, so just change it. Yeah, it got a lot of backlash for... I'm surprised that it already looks like this, though, after like only 1 hour, 2 hours. This doesn't... I'm pretty sure this was an existing game. Look at this, version 11.30. This is an existing game that is put in there. I think they're trying to pull a quick one here, or whatever the saying is. Yeah. Okay. I was surprised to see that, actually. So people are trying to be naughty here. But yeah, I think most of these are placeholders. So I was surprised to see something that was already... It's actually a finished game that they just pulled in here, which is not how you do a game jam. A game jam, you make the game from, like, not from scratch per se. Like, you can use like a... As I was using like a template project to get yourself started quickly, but it has to be like generic. It can't be specific to this game jam, essentially. So I'm surprised to already see things like this. Like already you got like a title, like a whatever this is called. A screenshot. This game released last year. Unfortunately, when I had to create a game from scratch for this jam because the game from last year fits the theme with updated something. Why? That's illegal. I mean, it's illegal. It's not to the rules. I don't know. I don't get it. Okay. Well, anyway. Okay. I was just going in here to point out that it's probably just a bunch of placeholder projects. But yeah, okay. 35,000. Man, that's insane. Countdown. How would you implement countdown? Yeah, I don't know. Countdown. Maybe like a... You're trying to make it... You're an astronaut trying to make it to your spaceship before the countdown starts. Just thinking about the theme. It's just yeah, that's just like anything that's basically timed. 1 second. I guess. It just, I don't know, it makes me think of, you know, Mario Kart, where it countdown in the start, but then the rest of the game doesn't really have anything to do with countdown. So what I'm getting from this jam is that the theme is actually super important. It feels like the theme is like important because you have to explain how it fits the theme. You won't be disqualified, but it's probably like a major component to how you're getting judged. I guess, I don't know, maybe. It feels like it because there you have to explain how it fits. Like it, yeah, it makes me think of that game. What's it called? 10-second or 1 minute hero. Or 2 minute hero, whatever it's called. They reward based on creativity. And this is like super difficult. I feel like trying to, because I remember the hex plus merge theme thing. I just felt like that was super difficult. I got a lot of ideas, but they just felt so obvious in a way. You just don't want to just pick the first best one that you think of, right? So count down. I mean, a clock is not really counting down, it's counting in a circle. Oh my god, sorry. Numbers going down. Yeah, I guess it doesn't have to go down to 0, it could just go down infinitely for... A depressed person with a historical title of nobility. I don't know. This is super like hard for me. I think maybe this is one skill that you could improve as well. Trying to brainstorm different ideas, trying to figure out how to find, I guess, the creativity maybe in some way. Last theme was loop, and people were making music loop, program loops. Can also go in reverse. Top Gear, what the hell is this? Yeah, just, you know, any racing game, like those arcade racing games where you have to reach a certain checkpoint, or you have to reach the next checkpoint in a given amount of time. Thank you, Piano. Hey, how about submitting a game to Game Jam in the given amount of time? It's a countdown to the clock in order to submit a game to Game Jam. There's probably other people with the same idea. That's all, but maybe I shouldn't think like that. Also, how would you make that game? Like an idle game? No. I don't know. It could be anything. Like it could just be a platformer where you have to just hurry up. You have a box to deliver to the Game Jam building. Deliver it in time, and you have a bunch of obstacles and people in your way. Maybe you can lose your package, kind of like in Josh's Island. You have to pick it up. Don't think too straightforward. Yeah, but that's the thing, like, yeah. That's true. I'm so bad at not thinking straightforward though. That's the thing. It feels like whenever I come up with an idea, it's always kind of straightforward, and it feels like, hey, it's a bad idea. That's what I feel like. You can use ability cool does as countdown to. Yeah, but that would just be like a normal game with just cooldowns. I guess, if I'm interpreting that correctly. Like I could submit rayspace. Everything has cool, almost every game has some kind of timer that goes down. Happens to me too, yeah. I guess it happens to a lot of people. We are not special. We're not as special as we think. We are more alike than we think. Like everyone. It could just also be like papers, please. 10 people coming in. You count down. Every time a person goes past, you count down to 0. Because you go from 10 to 0. Like it could be anything. It could be like there's so many. There's too much. Every games have a while loop and it's a timer. Maybe a bomb diffuser, yeah. Hey, that's a good idea. I think a bomb, yeah, I mean, why not? It's pretty obvious how the countdown is, you know, but it's not a bad thing. I think a lot of projects, like probably most projects, will have like a pretty obvious tie to the theme. As probably not like do you only win if you have like the most obscure way to tie it to the theme and somehow it's like genius, you know? I don't know. But given that there's so many people joining, 35k already, I mean the jam has started. There's bound to be a bunch of geniuses in here. I mean, probably, yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting thing though. Countdown. What are you saying countdown? Most of the time you're thinking about time counting down, but it doesn't have to be time going down. It can be other things as well, so it doesn't have to be like a timer. It could be resources going down, objects, number of objects, something that you can put a number to that is decreasing. Yeah, 35,000 you know, potential entries. Maybe it's like you get 10 chances to do something. I don't know. You know, it could be, you know, it's just a normal shoot 'em up where you have 10 lives and every time you die it goes down. It's so open-ended, but I guess, yeah, it has to be creative. It's just that when it's so open-ended, it's also hard to be creative because you're not so limited. Can we make some kind of time paradox? Could be the field of view. The game deletes itself, but then only one person can basically play it. Unless we make some sort of database where we keep track of who has played it or not. Field of view, so basically... Well, what I'm thinking there, that's interesting. You could have like different parameters going down. And maybe you're choosing which one is going down. It gonna make the game harder. Until you complete the challenge. Instead of using numbers for time, how about a chessboard with pieces on it? Each move takes 1 second, and then when it's checkmate, the countdown ends. Did you ask ChatGPT, Piano? Packler app. Yo. Hello, I see you had your game jam in the meanwhile. You're fleshing out the game now fully. Not really fully. I'm gonna treat it as like a project that I can go back to from time to time and like add things here and there. Because that's what it's kind of like a good for that. And right now I'm also treating it kind of like base for optimizing certain parts of the game as well, that I can also bring into my general project template that I'm using for all my future games. So I'm kind of improving my main template project, but also your English is not good, so translate from Turkish to English. Ah, I see. It's just you quoted it and it had perfect punctuation. But yeah, each move take 1 second, then check the countdown ends. So kind of like a blitz chess match, or blitz. Okay, how about this? You're falling down and you're kind of seeing. Okay, so let's say you're falling down like a building and you're looking into like a window, and then in the window you see a bunch of objects and you have to count the number of objects in the window. So you're counting, but you're also falling down. And once you've passed the window, you have to say how many objects did you see. So then you're not really counting down. It's not like a sequence going down. It's more like you're falling down while counting something. Now, Packer Up, this is what we're discussing. This is a game jam that's basically started right now, and we're discussing like the theme here, countdown. This is a puzzle game, picks a guy, navigates a maze, monsters block every path, guiding down a single path, reaching the end path represents total time. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna join the jam. It's just interesting to think about, because this is kind of like because I'm interested in joining more jams. I just wasn't ready for this one. I didn't know that this was going on right now. And Blue was saying, hey, this is on right now. They announced the theme. So I just went and looked at the theme, and because yeah, it's one of the skills really that I want to improve, like getting ideas for games. that maybe it's not, maybe it's like it's more creative, I guess. Which is kind of interesting because I have like an urge to make games, but then the games that I have an urge to make are kind of classic games, sort of classic, you know, genres that already exist. It's not like a new, you know, genius idea that's gonna revolutionize games. You know, it's just classic ideas, but maybe with a little bit of a twist or something. I don't know. Maybe, you know, or maybe some, you know, I get some picture in my head like, oh, that game will be cool. But this is more like trying to more think kind of out of the box, maybe. You know, try to really not have the idea come to you, but maybe like this is more like forcing an idea to enter the brain. All right, piano. Thanks for stopping by. See ya. Whenever you press a key, you count down or time goes down, so limited input solve a puzzle. Yeah. These are all good ideas. The problem is, I don't know how much time I'm gonna have for this game jam if I join it. I mean, I can join it. Like there's no, you know, it doesn't cost anything to join. I could just join it and put up a project, a placeholder, and just, you know, try to make a game in the time. But I won't have a lot of time to sink into this project, so unfortunately. But I could make something simple, super simple. I mean, I'm thinking about the game that I said like you're seeing. So part of the seeing objects in a window where you're falling down is kind of like a perspective issue or a perspective challenge where maybe you fall down and you have to kind of look, maybe there's something hidden in the ceiling that you have to look up before it ends, so you can see that the hidden object. Oh, there's some kind of weird fly crawling on the ceiling. Okay. Yeah, we get it. What do you mean? It's just fun to see people's solution. Oh, we're talking about the game jam. Yeah. Generic theme countdown lands me immediately at modular arithmetic. Yeah, but that goes around. That goes like that kind of like a clock goes around. And I was thinking about that a little bit, but it's not really going, well, it's going down and then it's going up again. So it goes down and up. I mean, I guess it's not, you know, you're not banned for counting up as well. I guess you can count, but the theme is count down. So that should probably be the main focus. That's what I don't know. That's my interpretation, I guess. Live interactive puzzle switching, jumping number bases visualized as cogs. A finite number base machine. Interesting. Maybe you have like, maybe you set up a machine of some type with cogs and stuff, and you have a limited number of kind of limited number, like limited time for it to run before you have to stop, and you have to solve some kind of challenge with that. Countdown about Einstein theory of relativity, right? But you can get more time if you enter a special region in a spinning black hole because in theory you can kind of enter the hole and exit it if it's spinning in a certain way or something like that, and you can actually go back in time by doing that in some weird way. I don't really know how, but they say that's possible. Well, not possible, but it's like according to the best theories that we have right now. But it's essentially is impossible because you have to basically, I guess, you probably have to kind of travel at the speed of light or something to be able to escape. See it like this. What I mean is like a game of dart. You have the freedom to put aim, specific nest fields, values, modifiers, but the direction and finish is set from the start, but only reverse it. I don't know, man. I don't think I understand what you mean. So you can aim, but the direction and finish is set from the start. So you can kind of, you can like, okay, no, I don't understand. You work your way down. Well, Blue, the entries that are in here right now are just placeholders. It's not completed games. They put up projects now so that they don't have to deal with that process later. You can put up a project now and have it as a placeholder, and then finish the game, and then upload the latest version before the thing ends. So that way you can basically upload like one. You can upload how many versions you want, I think, because that way you upload a version. At least that version is gonna get submitted, and then you can continue work on the game to try to get like more things in the game. And then, and if you don't make it to update the game with those new things, you still have the older version that was submitted before. So at least you have a submission. So that was what I was learned the last game jam. Is probably like a really good idea to do that, because you don't want to wait like I did until like literally the last minute to do that, because I didn't make it. Essentially, he did open for late submissions later, so I did enter the jam officially with a submission. But yeah, lesson learned. Count down all the difference between two picks. Yeah, okay. That doesn't feel like it has anything to do with countdown though. It's more it's so generic, like not your idea, but the theme. Countdown requires start and finish. How you reach it is the game. Throwing in cogs on specific number bases represented as cogs. You have to align in time to end up perfectly at 0. Oh, I see what you mean. Kinda. So let's say you have a cog. Let's say you have a small cog. So let's say you have a ratio of 3 to 1, essentially. The big cog. No, the small cog. No, wait. The big cog rotates once. That will rotate the small one 3 times, right? I'm not sure exactly how I don't understand exactly how you mean. Like, do you mean throwing in cogs over time? Or do you have to set it up once and watch it go? To try and, like, complete the puzzle. Wonder how they manage these massive game jams. Yeah. So how they did it for the one that I was in, the raylib one. First there's like, so there's two different judges, or two different judging going on. So the first one is like when everyone that has entered the jam rates. I'm not sure if you have to have entered the jam or if anyone can go in and rate. But essentially you can go in and rate others' games. So that's the first part. And then the second part is that they take basically the top whatever of those and put it in like the real judges come in. Kind of like Tetris, throws blocks randomly. Your goal is to make the best of it, but your axis... Wait, Tetris throws blocks randomly. Okay, I see. Your goal is to make the best of it, but your axis could be time limit and targeted number. You cannot be arbitrarily close. You're forced to use what's there. Arbitrarily choose. Okay, yeah. Like, I kind of get what you're saying. I also don't get what you're saying. Like, I can kind of see the game in front of me, like a bunch of cogs, you know, whatever. You're putting them in, but what is the goal? Like, where's the output? Maybe there's one cog that is the output, and it has to be turned. It has to be turned in some way. Okay. I still like my idea where you fall down and you have to count. Because you're counting while falling down. That's a clever play on words or whatever. Interpretation. Right? Am I clever? Am I clever? Would you like to watch previous year submissions to see the level of competition? No. I don't want to get discouraged, which I often am when watching people. Like, it's a good learning resource looking at people who make super nice games and they're super polished and everything and look really cool and have really nice ideas and it's really fun. It's just amazing, and it's a good resource for learning how to make a good game. But I don't know, I just get like discouraged watching super good games that are made by indie developers, because it's just I don't know, it just puts me down. I don't know how to describe it. You know Slaughter, or did you do free climbing? No. You have a lot of points where you can start, but you may be forced to end up in one pachinko in reverse. Actively control you are the ball. Okay, but how do you control the ball? So essentially you're saying, like, you start with the points and then you have to count, you have to kind of reverse the actions to go back to 0. Yeah, it depends on the game. Like if I see like a a AAA game, if I see like a game like Zelda, for example, I don't really get discouraged because it's like a massive team working on it. But if I see like one of these game jam entries that looks incredible, and people did this in like 4 days, and I'm like, what the hell? How? And with music and sound effects and graphics and fun gameplay, creative use of the theme, like it's just insane. I guess a practice makes perfect. Practice makes perfect, of course. But I don't know. It just makes me feel inadequate and discouraged. And it makes me feel like my stuff is very lame. But yeah, I don't know. I have a gaming chair. I've had this gaming chair for a long time. I don't know. I feel like there's a bunch of skills to learn. Like there's a bunch of skills to learn. Having also like there are a bunch of factors. I'm getting this. I'm basically learning game development. I really enjoy working from scratch with a programming language instead of using a tool with everything built in, which could be a way to do it maybe in the future, like testing out Godot or Unreal Engine or something like that. But I don't know, I really enjoy making especially like simpler games using a programming language because you just feel like you have total control of everything. And just making this template project is also interesting because it's like, yeah, I could use this as a base for other games, and I can just get started more quickly with a template project. And the more I add to it, the easier it's gonna get to make new games. And you learn more like, okay, how to be productive as well. Like I think Game Jam is kind of like maybe teaching you that because you have so little time to do it. So you're forced to think about what exactly you need to do in order to make everything happen that you want to happen, or cut things off that, yeah. So basically, like like holding a deadline. You only see what's in front of you. Oh, so you're saying it's gonna be some sort of FPS? You choose which next point, which specific way to choose. Further you get the game, more distance for you basically grapple them. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, but I think it's just a matter of practice, I guess. Yeah. I mean, not everyone is gonna be the best, I'm also not trying to become the best game developer. That's not, realistic. The thing is, like, I just want to do it to enjoy. It's just that sometimes when I see people that do incredible games it just seems inhuman sometimes, and I just feel like kind of lame by comparison. But anyway, I'm not gonna get discouraged. Think maybe climbing the pyramid of Giza could be an analogy. It is ruined, something compares most in value. You have to risk jumps and prep along the way. Climbing, okay. Find it super interesting how you go for this stuff in general. Yeah, so basically, yeah, because I feel like the game jams are interesting because I was always thinking like, how the hell do they make a game so fast? But I think in reality, you just try to focus not really super much on polish. That's what I thought anyways. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe, well, some polish is really good to have though, because it's gonna set like a tone. It's gonna make the game stand out more and be more aesthetically pleasing to play. So it's really, I think it's one of those things that really increases, you know, also the enjoyment of playing a game. Instead of playing, you know, I mean, Tetris. Does Tetris really look polished like the original Tetris? But it's super fun anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to become better game developer. I'm not really a game developer either, so like I haven't even made like a game. So I couldn't even call myself that. I thought they had pre-built system and assets. Yeah, I guess some people do have like a library that they use. So a lot of things are already done, but I've seen people actually do like graphics from scratch, music, sound effects, like a lot of assets from scratch. And I guess some people, I mean, they work together as well. Like they have teams to do these things. Okay. But yeah, I'll probably not gonna do this because I can't actually come up with an idea that I'm happy with for this. So this is one of the hardest things. Actually coming up like with an idea of these themes that doesn't just feel the first best thing you can think of, like. Okay, maybe you have to move. You're moving a box around. Things are falling down. I'm stuck at this. I'm stuck at things are falling down. And then you have to count somehow. It kind of separates the word into count down. Isn't that like countdown? It's not one word, right? It's two words. Something is falling down and you count. So what if you had like, let's say you're in a warehouse and you're supposed to pack boxes. So things are falling down and you have to count to get the correct amount in each box. And then you ship it. And each thing you shipped correctly is gonna give you like a bonus. And then you get like a score or something. I'm actually interested in making something like that. Like there's a conveyor belt, like that. Like there's. Okay. If I minimize it, can you see this here? You literally described Tetris, but with boxes. No, well, maybe. I was thinking more like this. Can you see the GIMP now, by the way? Oops. No. Okay. So what I was thinking is basically we have some kind of pipe over here. And there's things falling down. And then there's a kind of like a conveyor belt maybe randomly sometimes things are going this way, sometimes things are going this way. There's like a conveyor belt here and then conveyor belt over here. So things will fall down here and you have to, here's the guy with, you know, boxes around. So you have to kind of push this box or carry it or something to get these things. But if you get too many, there's gonna be a penalty. So let's say you see, maybe there's like, it's hard to see, but there's like 3 objects coming down, but you only need like 2 left. So then if you catch all 3, you're gonna get penalized. But on this side, there's 2. And so you have to go over here, get those instead. And then things that doesn't like, and then there's like, I don't know, some kind of floor, things like just fall through and then come back here and then randomly gets distributed or something. And then you have some kind of, I don't know, some kind of ship. So you press a special button here to, or maybe it's like up on a platform or something. I'm not sure. You place it somewhere at least. It's gonna go in a kind of like a hole in the wall. So you place the box in here. It's gonna get shipped. Maybe like this. Maybe the box has like a starting number, so let's say it has like 10, and then you have to count without, you have to remember how many things you have gotten. Yeah, it could be different values, maybe, yeah. Count the things falling down, yes. So these things fall down, but this number stays as 10. So you see the number 10. But then you have to remember, okay, there's 3, now there comes 2 down, okay, so how do I get to 10? And then when it's down, you're not really counting down though, you're counting up, I guess, but things are falling down and you count, so does that count? Okay, but yeah, and when you think it's 10, you ship it. If it's 10, you get like, you know, let's say here's like requirements. So you see like a display here where you have like, here's 1 box. You have to get like 3 boxes or something. And maybe it's timed. So that could also be another thing that counts down, is time. But yeah, you gotta make 3 boxes in the time. If you do, you complete the level, and then you get like harder levels. If you don't, game over, I guess. I don't know. You have to restart the level. And there could be different values of the things going down. You could also see like plus. If something falls down, you could kind of see like, okay, well, I got +3, let's say, in total. So you can kind of, you know, you don't have to kind of know what the value is. It's just gonna show, maybe. Perhaps. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe you have to actually know. Maybe there's a thing here which says like, well, this is worth 1, this is worth 2, and this is worth 3 or something. Yeah, this is Ocarina of Time. 1 of the best games of all time. Overall, it's basically a Tetris core idea, but at each step with game of Tower of Hanoi. I don't know about that. I'm not sure how you connect it to Tower of Hanoi, but I was trying to show the equivalence of not making it bad to help you say game is game principles common. I feel like Tower of Hanoi is like, it's more like a puzzle game. Because here it's like you mess up, you get too many, you messed up. Like you can't backtrack and throw things out. Or maybe you can. Maybe you can like randomly reach in there and throw things out to try and get the box you need. Or the things you need. But then you can just fill it up with too much and just pick stuff out until it's correct. No, that doesn't make sense. How to make this game not look like a kindergarten exercise. What are you talking about? Are you talking about this sketch? Are you criticizing my sketch, or what are you talking about? Tower of Hanoi is nothing but a set of pods you can use to sort out different weighted pieces to ensure you never break a weaker one. Isn't Tower of Hanoi just a mathematical puzzle? It's like, you know, you have three, usually like three stacks or three stacks of well, usually I guess it's like rings around poles, and they are different. Each one is different size, and you have to. Your goal is to basically move. So it's basically shaped like a pyramid with the largest one in the bottom, like a smallest one at the top, and your goal is just to move the tower over to one of the other poles. And in order to do that, there's like a trick to it. Essentially, you just move. Well, the only thing you can do at the start is just move the smallest one. So you have to move one at a time. You can't like pick up two pieces, hold them in your hand, and change their order. You have to pick up one, put it down somewhere, and you can't put a larger size one on top of a smaller size one. And then there's like a trick there. No, while it is about mathematical correctness, it is a real world tool to teach physical implications. Okay. Classically built with rings from brittle gypsum. Oh, I see. I've never seen it used like that. But I have seen it in like, it's like mathematics, you know, just you know, a puzzle, mathematical puzzle. A sorting algorithm. Yeah, essentially, yeah. However, it's already sorted to start with. Game needs to be fun, too gentle reminder. Yes, it needs to be fun. But I think that's also one of the things. Is like, yeah, the fun part is, you know, these go down. In my mind, these go down, and you have to kind of catch. The fun part is just, you know, remembering how much have fallen down into the box, I guess. And then when you think you're done, you ship it. If it's done, you get like ding ding. You get a thing. Yay! It was correct. What do you mean, nope? Bone circuit. Nope to what? Yeah. Okay, you actually convinced me that this is bad idea now. I mean, you could maybe you could take this idea, refine the idea a little bit, try to find more fun in the gameplay. I think you can probably take this and make it more fun. Comment previously claimed that the TOH is automatically sorted. No, I was saying, I'm not sure if you meant. I was saying like what I said was that you start out with the tower being sorted. Like in the puzzle, in the usual puzzle, the puzzle is you start out with a tower that's already sorted from bottom, like with the largest piece at the bottom and the smallest piece at the top, and everything in between. And then the goal is to move that to another place. Or yeah, that's how I was taught. It's not auto-sorted, there can be only one way, but often more pulse towers have to choose your path. I mean, it's like there's a trick. It's like a recursive algorithm. Are you speculating a game idea? What are the evergreen grinds and what are the unlocks of that grind? This is for the wait, where did it go? Here. This is for this game jam here. GMTK game jam. 35,000 people enter this game jam. There's 4 days to make a game, and the theme is countdown. And so I came up with an idea. So I basically, yeah, this was super hard for me, but I came up with an idea where, sorry, I need to do this here, where things are falling down and you have to count them. So count down, but it's not like counting down, it's like counting things that are falling down. Or maybe it's just, you know, another idea is just that, never mind this box and everything, just have things fall down and you have to count the objects. I have to select the right amount of things, and if you guess correct, you win. If you want to see it technical, is a graph traversal from A to B, but you're only allowed to reach adjacent pod towers. You may not put a higher value on top. Yeah, I mean, I know what it is. I know what Tower of Hanoi is. I'm just saying the version that I've seen, you know, the one you play with as a kid or whatever, you get like 3 poles, you have a stack of circles with different sizes, the largest one on the bottom, the smallest one on the top. That's how you start the game. And then the goal is to move the tower to another one of the poles. That's the classic way. Right? To do it. I'm not saying like how to do it. I'm just saying that is the goal. And that is kind of the classic setup. That's what I meant by saying it's already sorted from the start, but you have to move it to another pole. And, you know, basically implying that it has to have the same same order as how you started. Do you have an autoplay theory in mind? The game plays itself much faster rate to determine results. Autoplay. Oh. Not really, and haven't thought about that. Do you mean to kind of like aid in development? To have like a bot that goes around doing the things? It kind of plays on human like senses here and memory, because you have to remember how much stuff you've put in a box. So you're counting the number of things put in the box, and when it's the number that says on the box, you ship it. As a classic, as is the one used to show the principle. The game itself is like domino, different players extend the graph by putting adjacent towers, place them adjacent, and the player compete in reaching the end first. Young and fresh developer. I'm not young, but thanks. I'm a fresh game dev, but I have 11 years of experience in web development, and I have about 30 years experience in like programming. But for game, I'm a fresh game dev, you could say. And this, I'm really fresh on this part, like coming up with an idea like this. Not having the idea kind of come to you, but like forcing an idea. Like brainstorming an idea. Games like Settlers of Catan, for example, or any strategic board game that requires place, cores, discover fields, and then set up ways to get the goals based on it. Really? It's based on Tower of Hanoi? I feel like, I don't know. Do you have 45 years in game dev, Bone Circuit? Find a way to make the game autoplay itself during this ideation phase. Okay, I'm gonna have to see like an example of that, because I don't really understand how that the time put into that will help me coming up with ideas. I'm just thinking like I'm just, you know, I'm thinking like sketching. That's my approach right now. It's like just imagining in my mind and sketching and doing that. Because if I'm gonna make it autoplay itself, I have to make the game first. Like the prototype, and also make it autoplay. But yeah, I mean, you have the experience. I guess you are more twice the my age. I assume you mean like code fuzzing, set up tracks and conditions that trickle through autoplay. Gather outcomes. Like, is it a good? The thing is, like, it's probably it may be a good strategy. Is it a good strategy for game jams? Like, to be fast and productive? Do you think? You're gonna burn a lot of time testing. I recommend you develop an autoplay function even if it's a roll stopper thing to win the game. Okay, I see what you're saying. Like, to find bugs and stuff like that. I see. Right. Yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense, I guess. Yeah. Thanks for the tip. I mean, yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna make this super simple prototype just to show the what I'm thinking here. Okay. And this is such a simple game that I don't need. I could just use my template project straight up for this. Just 1 second here. All right. So let's do. I guess this is like a yearly thing. I don't know. All right, so we have. So this is my template project. If you can't come up with an automation test, do you understand a full game's main loop and others? Yeah, it's just that I normally. Oh, I get the shaders and stuff happening here. I don't know. It hasn't been one of my main focuses to try to think about automation yet, I guess. Super important for game jams when you work in industries where the game has 4-week development window. Well, this is 4 days. This game jam is 4 days. Well, okay, yeah, or 4 weeks. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, but I have a basic idea. I'm just gonna make something here then. So, yeah. So this is like we could use the kind of platformer thing here. I'm gonna remove the background and stuff, but let's remove this. We don't do that. Draw background. No. Okay, I think now we're on. Wait, why do we still have shader stuff happening? Oh, because of this. And set up grid player. We're gonna. No, demo. I don't want this. Okay. So there we go. So now we have now we have the kind of the basic thing to start with there. Okay. So what I want is, well, we're gonna have the bottom is of course gonna be filled in here. Height. This is weird. Why is the grid not going out? You see, it's like I'm also in the process of kind of refining my tools, you know? So let's see, we don't want to check for, so if x is 0 or x is this, set you to true. Okay, now we got our little boxed in area here. I could also maybe double this and go in here, change the cell size. If I want to have this smaller. So there we go. Okay, so the idea is you move like a box around. And if you're facing left, I guess you have the box to the left, facing right, box to the right. But let's make the pipe at the top. So essentially, we want to have like things coming down. I want to have. So what I'm gonna do is essentially, I'm just gonna have a grid. I'm gonna have a platform at the top. So if this is more than, let's say, I don't know, 3, then we set you to true. But y has to be like, I don't know, something. Okay. Wait, why is it so wide? No, it should be and. Sorry, it should be and here. Okay. Okay, so we have a little platform here. Things are gonna drop down from the ceiling. They're either gonna go left or right. That's, I don't know. They're just a random decision there. So let's make that. I'm gonna make like I'm just gonna make like a tag, like a object tag. I don't know what to call. Actually, let's call this. You know what? Let's call it where, because we're in a warehouse and we're storing wares. So we have a where. Maybe you can have like a value is view size is equal to 1. And yeah, so there we go. So now just add this over here, and I will add, just to make this speedy, I will just add like, I don't know, should I just add like one system to do everything? No, let's just add a where system to handle the wheres. So what I'm thinking is like, okay, actually, yeah. So we go through the, so this is like update existing wares. Which is interesting. So let's do I guess I'm gonna get to where I'm gonna store let's do, I guess we could have like a direction where it's supposed to go stored on it. No, wait. Yeah, sure. Okay, whatever. Let's do that. Oops. No. We're gonna say like if we have a direction, we don't care. I think. Actually, if we have a direction, we want to set the velocity. Yeah. We're gonna get the body and we're gonna set the velocity x. No, I'm just gonna set you to this, but we scale it by some kind of speed. I'm not sure what. It's gonna be conveyor belts. Speed. Okay. Update wares. So the idea is that where will fall down and then we initialize the direction. If we have a direction, we will force the velocity to be that so it doesn't like, I don't remember if I had like friction or drag or anything in here right now. So I'm basically gonna do that. However, if we haven't decided on a direction yet, then we're down here. So we're gonna check, okay, well, have we landed? So I'm gonna get the body, actually, let's get the body here because we always need it. I think we have is on ground. So if the body is on the ground, that means it has like bumped onto the thing. So then we set the direction to random float. Actually, it's not going to be random. Well, let's do boolean, random boolean. So if this is true, we're going to pick left. Which is pi. Otherwise, we're gonna pick. Otherwise, it's 0. Yeah. Okay. And then we can also set the velocity, I guess. To this. Wait. No, where? A drunken walk function. Random events can be one automation test. Results take longer. Directed rules instructions. So is this in this game? Randoms moves back and forward. Later you can add distance logic. Okay, cool. I have an idea. So when you jump as a container holding a specific value worth at the moment, each targeted platform has different number base. You're into these number bases, man. But it's interpreted as the original base. So you try to get 0. I mean, it could be a nice thing where the box actually says like, hey, this is like decimal based, or this is binary, or oct, whatever it's called, with 8 bases 8 octals, or hex, or whatever. So you try to get 0, for example. 2 becomes 10 from this to bin, so you can jump now 10 platforms. Okay, I'm not jumping platforms though. That's not the game. I'm not sure if you. Okay, I didn't convey my idea properly here. You're just moving back and forth, trying to fill this box with wares falling down. And when you're full, when you think you've got the correct amount, you ship it. And then you pick up the next box. And you try to ship down. You try to ship, I guess you ship as many as you can before the timer runs out. Or the wares runs out or something. So now they should start to move. And then they should also fall down. This should only happen if we're actually on the ground though. Here. Yeah. Okay. There we go. So now we have a way to update wares, but we don't have like a spawn function yet. So spawn wares. Now we probably do need self here, because we need to have some sort of timer. Like next spawn at. So if next spawn at less than equal to last time, then we spawn the thing, we set you to be equal to last time plus some random float times some number, I don't know, 5, 2, 3, 2, 1 second maybe. Okay, and then we spawn a where. I'm just gonna make a circle. It's gonna be, I don't know, 6 white. Position is at the top, so the position will be game get absolute position edit 0.50. That's top center. Alright. And we also add the where as well. Okay, so now we should be doing that. I also need to add this thing here. No, setup. It could probably be before the physics. Hello, OH Math. What's up? How's day going? Well, it's going great. Okay, there we go. Now we got a bunch of stuff spawning down. They're choosing a direction, falling down. So this is kind of the beginning of the idea here. But once they're down, I guess once they're fallen off, once they're down at this region and they hit the ground, we should just delete them actually. So let's do that, I guess. So like, if we have a direction, they're on the ground, but they are also, and well, let's just nest it here. If position Y is more than let's convert it to relative so I can more easily think about it. If this is more than 0.5, then we do something, otherwise we do something else. We actually remove it. So destroy. Okay. Yeah, now they are destroyed as they drop down. Okay, that's one of the ideas there. Okay, now yeah, so we got the things falling down. Now we will need the box. So I'm gonna make a box tag thing. You're gonna be, yeah, we're gonna have like a target value. I don't know, let's say it's 10. We're gonna have a hidden variable from the player, which is like current value. Start out at 0. Alright, let's do that. What else do we want to have here? I'm not sure actually. We'll start out there. And yeah, so components will have the box here. Let's go over here. I will. Yeah. So actually, yeah. Okay. So let's make the box system. We want boxes. Alright. There should only be one box, essentially, but yeah, we get context. Okay. So here we want to check, like, we're going to get the body of the box. We're going to check if, actually we want to get the hitbox. And we want, essentially, here we want to get, we want to iterate through all the wheres. So where iterator. Feels counter. Hang on. It feels counter to the code and autoplay into the game using during prototyping. Doing it early would knock out a lot of testing. Problems, surprises down the track. I understand that. I'm just trying to get the actual prototype up. Like, if you don't have a prototype, how can you, like, I can't start with the automation. I have to have something to test first. Right? Alright, good night, Blue. I also have to go pretty soon here, so I can't really sit here forever, but... Or what am I missing there? I'm not sure. Or are you saying to have like some kind of generic auto testing that is so generic that it can basically apply to any game? Yes. So here we want to check. We got the where hitbox, and we want to check if hitbox check collision. So if they collide, the box is. So then we want to get the box component. That's going to be from get. Thanks for the show. Yeah. I'm gonna go in like a second. I just want to try. I just want to make the idea be kind of shown. I'm not gonna. Maybe I'm not gonna get the full loop here, but just the initial part. So current value essentially just. I'm just gonna do. Well, actually, we do want to get the where now as well. And that's gonna be the where context. Get. Where we'll increase the box value by the where. Yeah, and the where is gonna be destroyed. Okay, so that's good. Cool. So that's our initial thing. I'm not gonna be able to set up the full loop here, but I am gonna just spawn a box to start with. So we'll do this thing here. Box. We're gonna add renderable rectangle. Let's do like, I'm not sure actually, 20 by 12 maybe. It's gonna be brown because the box is brown, right? Body, you are going to be somewhere because this is going to be determined by the relative position. So I'm going to add relative position, and the anchor is going to be the player. Offset is going to be I guess like -8 or something, not sure exactly actually. Maybe a little bit above as well. Do you have something else? Yeah, sure. Alright. And what else? You're not controllable, that's right. You or you. Okay. There we go. Now we should have a brown box. And we're filling it up. Or not, because I didn't add the system. Right. We need the box system. And we also need it to be in here. And we need it to be in here. Yeah, thanks for joining Bone Circuit and Backrap. It's nice to get someone's perspective, especially it's been in the business so long. Why is that not working? The box. We should have a box. Oh, did I forget to add the box to the box? I think I forgot to add box to the box. Be a box here. There we go. I guess the odd here is to be modular from the get-go. Automate testing on... There we go. On each and compose complex behavior from it. Wait a minute. It could be the classic thing where you have, because now it's like, yeah, I could just stand here and get everything. But it could also be like, okay, well, let's say it has to be a certain, like, maybe at the start is like one type of item, right? So you can just stand here and it's fine. But later, you have to catch specific items. Also, it doesn't make sense to have two places. I was thinking like, you kind of saying, oh, there's the item, I have to hurry over. But this guy is kind of slow. I mean, we could increase the speed of the player. Control. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then wait, I didn't finish reading your comment there. I guess the art here is to be modular from the get-go. Automate testing on each and compose complex behavior from it, automatically combining debug flags due to the composition. Right. Yeah, let's see. My brain froze. My brain froze. I also need to go to sleep. It is a conundrum. Yeah. I mean, next step is to ship the box. So it's like if you're in the center, let's say we add a portal. Or the ship port, maybe. Why is this? Why do you do this? You are dark gray. You are (28 by 42), and you are actually going to not be that. You're going to be in the middle, so it's going to be like game, get absolute position. Uh, 0.5. But then actually I'm not sure here. I'm just going to pick a number here and see. Okay, we should have a door somewhere now. Okay, it actually just it fell down to where it should be. Okay, that's actually pretty funny. Okay, I'm gonna keep that in because that was actually funny. What I'm also gonna do is I'm gonna get the shape port size. It's gonna be vector 42. Why are you so slow now? Come on. Oh my god. Shape size. There we go. And then we'll do subtract zero shipboard size. No. 0 there, and then shipboard size x over 2. Now it should be centered properly there. Yeah. Okay. Now we're gonna do like ship port. I'm gonna add components. Ship port. We're going to systems. Okay, and I want, I guess, the player or the box. I guess we could get the box iterator. Or well, no. Let's get controllable. Actually, I think you can just get the player. Now I can't. Never mind. Okay, so I get the player hitbox. No, it's gonna be game hitbox player context. And then if hitbox is colliding with player hitbox, then we're eligible to ship the box. So I'm gonna do, let's go to ship port. Let's add like can ship, I guess, maybe. We're gonna get the ship port component from context get ship port. Ship port can ship is true. I guess otherwise it's false because this is only gonna have that's 1 point. Okay. And if this is true, I guess we also just return. Alright. Oops. Yeah. And then we also say like, if this is true and the player like if we press space, then we also ship the thing. So then we want to get the box, which actually I'm not sure where that is. But we could kind of cheat it here. We could get things that have relative position, I guess, and our boxes. That's the box iterator. And it's just gonna be one, so I'm just gonna get box context from box iterator next. And if there is no box, then we don't care. We just, I guess we return. Okay, otherwise we destroy the box. Alright. There we go. So we can now stand in front of the port, press space to ship the box. The box should get destroyed. And everyone is happy. Or space is actually jump. Also, we're not calling this thing. I'm gonna do maybe, I don't know, E. Okay. And E or maybe or F. I don't know. What's a good left control? Alright. Then or we could disable jump and just have space be that. That's also a possibility. But we also need this thing, so let's initialize it, add it to the update. Right, this needs to be var. Okay. So now I can ship it, or not. Did I say left control? F, E, no. Play hitbox. Oh, wait. I think I forgot again to add shipboard to the actual shipboard. There we go. We can ship the thing. And now we have no box. But that's the loop. You ship the thing. You get points based on if it's bad or good or whatever. You know, if you fill the box up with the correct amount. I guess we can also draw, like, okay, let's do one more thing. I'm gonna draw the number on the box because that's pretty important. I'm also gonna increase the size of the box a little bit, I think. Perhaps. How does this look now? Also, the box should probably be in front of the player, but whatever. And then we draw. We're gonna draw if we have. So the proper way here would be to add a renderable for the box specifically, but I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna say if you know what, I'm gonna draw the boxes last. Okay. Game renderable game box. Okay. I'm forcing the boxes to be drawn last. Hello, Tao. What's up? What's up? Welcome. Yeah, there we go. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna draw the number on the box. So that's gonna be drawn. Do we have like draw text here? Yes, we do. Okay. Draw text. We're gonna draw. Gonna get the box. We're gonna draw the box target value, not the current value. And the position is just gonna be about the position. Perhaps plus. Yeah, we don't have centered. Oh my god, we have to do this every time. Okay, let's just do it like this. So you should see the text being drawn now. Also, it's like green, so whatever, but let's add like, I don't know, 6 to... Okay, so now you see like you're supposed to add 10 things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It doesn't actually tell you if you're done or not, so you have to kind of guess or make sure you ship it. If it's good, you get a thumbs up. If it's bad, you get a thumbs down. And then you get a new box with some random number on. So I guess, you know, we could do this here. We could say if the number of boxes, can we do a count here? What the hell's happening? Oh. No, that doesn't work. Okay. I guess we could count. We could do this. If count? No. Component. Well, get and no. Isn't there like a count? Or just data? It's just raw or data. Let's just go do data for boxes. If the length is 0, we actually want to just add a new box. However, there's going to be like a little cooldown. Spawn box at. Okay, now this will actually handle spawning the box. So we'll go to here, we'll move this over here, and we actually need to get the player though, so let's get the player. It's gonna be iterator controllables next question mark. That's the player. There we go. So you are now able to spawn the box, and if we don't have boxes, and now we need cell, and if this is less than or equal to game elapsed time, then we spawn a new box. So spawn box. There we go. And then spawn box add is actually going to be reset. It's going to be when the box gets shipped. Here, we're gonna grab the box system. box. And we're going to say next or spawn box at, it's gonna be elapsed time plus some kind of non thing here, so they maybe like 2 seconds or something. I don't know. Alright. Seriously. Okay. So now the box, if I do this, I get a box back after 2 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I think. Okay, so now let's do like if ship port. So let's do like if let's do like last shipment score, maybe. I don't know. Let's do like good. Oh, some Unreal Tournament. Nice. Okay. Let's see. If this, yeah, let's do like. Well, actually, we don't have one. Yeah. I'm gonna do this. So if we draw, we're gonna do like. Where's the draw renderals? I'm gonna do like draw ship port things. Yeah. We need this. Yeah, we need that. There's only one ship port, so I'm just gonna get the context. It's gonna be next. All right. So, so we're gonna do like if. Yeah, and we're also gonna grab the actual ship port component. So if we have, no, wait, it's the system. Okay, it's the system. Okay, ship port system is get synced ship port. Okay, so ship port if we have a last shipment, and if it was good, we want to draw some kind of, I don't know, green mark somehow. I guess we'll draw a rectangle or text or something. Draw text maybe. Good. And let's do like the absolute position. Draw it at the center. Else, also, I want to be able to set the color myself. Thank you very much. Now you, I'm imagining you to be black actually. You should be green, but you are actually red. Alright. You know what? I am going to disable this. Okay. One, two, three. It could also be a sound. This thing's not playing for how many you got. See? Did we? Okay, and I'm not setting it right. So when we ship here, we also want to check then. Where we have the box. Yeah. So we also need the box, actual box like component. And if box target value, if the current value is equal to the target value, then what the hell? Then I want to set you to be true. Otherwise, I'm going to set you to be false. And when we get a new box in the box system, I'm also going to get the ship port system. And we're gonna set you to null. So that's good. Basically gonna hide the message. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That was bad. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bad. It's kind of hard to tell because I think sometimes. Okay, let's do this. Let's actually make like a minimum spawn time, or yeah, like there should be. They shouldn't spawn. Like they're not supposed to be able to spawn immediately. So let's make like a minimum spawn time of like, I don't know, 50 milliseconds or something. So let's do like plus that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yay! And that's the game. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh man, okay. Yeah, this was the idea. And then it's like you get a bunch of these delivered, the more you get before the timer ends. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's like I mean, yeah, it has to be a challenge. Like it's super easy now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because you're gonna get, maybe you'll get one that's like, you know, you could get maybe 5. So you know, you could get like, where's that spawn box here? Instead of just setting it to 10. we can get a value, target value here. And you're gonna be that. And then here we're gonna get like game random. Well, let's do value, target value. Let's do a random. Let's do like uint at most. Usize at most, like, I don't know, 15. Maybe 15 is too boring, but then let's do like 10 plus 5, so that you at least get 5, and then actually it's gonna be less than here, right? Less than stretch. Yeah. So you don't get like, wait, at most 10, they should get up to 15, right? So no, that's fine, that's fine. It's 0 to 10, and now you are past it there. So now we get like a random value each time. So from 5 to 15 we get now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I guess a way to kind of increase the challenge . 10, 11 again? What the hell? Seven, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe like maybe instead of being a conveyor belt, because the idea of a conveyor belt, it kind of makes it so that you kind of see what's coming ahead. So let's say maybe some items are worth more, as we've previously talked about. So some items are worth more, so maybe whites are 1. Yeah, so we could do, let's go, where is that small where? So same thing, same idea here. The value is also like let's go from like 1 to 3. Let's go. So it has to be. So this is from 1 to 3. 1, 2, or 3. Okay. We could also make it so that, you know, 1s and 1s are most common. There should be a way to select a thing. Weighted index, yeah. So let's do like the first. So proportions here is like you basically, you could say percentages, you could share percentages, or it's just proportions. Essentially you could pass in anything here really. You could say like 100, 5 and 1. So essentially what this would be is, well, if we decrease this by 6, we're gonna get to 94. So it's 94% to pick the first item, so that you get like an index of and then we add 1. So it's 94% to be 0, 5% to be 1, and 1% to be 2. You can also increase this, decrease U. So 1% to be 3, 10% to be 2, 89% to be 1. And then we add 1 because this will return 0, this will return 1, this will return 2. So now the value is like 1, 2, 3. but most things are gonna be white or are gonna be the first one. So I'm gonna also go to draw, and when we draw, actually, you know what? The renderable is gonna depend on the value, so, or the color. So the color is this. If, like, let's do switch on value. If it's 1, then it's white. If it's 2, it's gonna be green. Let's do blue. If it's 3, it's gonna be red. You're the color. There we go. I'm also gonna lower this circle here. Let's do that. And if it's anything else, it's really unreachable, so I'm gonna do that. Okay. Okay, so now we should get a bunch of different valued wares. There we go. So we get 2. So those are better to get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now we don't want to get a blue because 11. Then we wouldn't get the correct amount. 5, 3, 4, 5. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you know, you could do this. We could also do like that. You have to get a certain amount of circles, like balls in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, I missed the red one. So you would get like maybe you need like a couple of balls, maybe you need a couple of triangles. Yeah, so you could do like mix and match, things like that. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. It feels like we really need something to make it more fun, I guess. Like more challenge. I think the weakness here is that it's like there's 2 drop-off points, but you can just stay at one place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like there's no, yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you, unless you want to really optimize. Is that 13 or 14? Yeah, it was. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Like introducing more valued balls makes it so that sometimes you have to avoid them. I've actually lost count of this one. Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6, I think 7. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it will come in a dream or something. But yeah, that's gonna be it for this time. So thank you very much for watching, and hope you have a nice day or evening.